I'm doing is a line of sight check. Still do what I wanted to do. Just hit the wall. But I need to find a spot where the closest target is behind the wall, like here. Yeah. first one passed the line of sight. Yeah, makes sense. First 10 targets did not have line of sight. The last one So now, this guy's closest. Where my one side of block over on the right. That one should be the right block. Direction looking for another targets. Top left. Decided to give up on the engine migration I was doing yesterday. Then that physical library was not good enough. Just now keeping it on the side. Run, fight. That's right. What's up, Joe? Mr. Gmail. About that. That should be alright. Yeah, next time I need to do a test and just record it out, but the sounds can be complicated to know exactly what's going on, what's going down. It'd be cool to get an animated left stick icon. That way you can actually see it wiggle on the side. Oh yeah, I want to get rid of that wall. I don't need no wall anymore. I'm gonna get a map out of there. Back in here. Good. Excellent. Now, problem is, if you use a mouse, you can still shoot the skill whatever you want. That's not a problem. However, once you go to like keyboard control or a controller of gamepad, it doesn't shoot unless it has a target. Otherwise, it just kind of aims at the last shot it made, but doesn't actually fire anything. I want to change that. So this is the part I was doing line of sight, right? Yes. And this is collecting all the targets. And if there are no targets of any kind, just come in here. Now targets fire off in direction where the player is looking. Facing. That'll be interesting. Oh yeah, at some point I was actually studying the same thing about Unreal because I spent some 3 months learning Unreal Engine 5 and was, well, maybe a month or two over that, and then 3 months of free time building my prototype in that for my current project with Unreal. And yeah, I had to eventually go into gameplay ability study, and I found some good YouTube series on that. I think there's one guy who even made recently a pretty good Udemy course on gameplay ability, for sure. But on the other hand, it just seemed like why do I need to study such a heavy monster just to get stuff done? It just seemed like an overkill. Now, I lost track. Oh yeah. So I need to find where I'm facing. I forgot which component did I use to figure out where am I facing. This is the speed. Phase direction. Yeah, current angle is what tells you where you're looking. Okay, that's cool. That's cool. Yeah, gameplay ability is powerful for sure, but that's kind of also the drawback. Like, it's too big and too powerful. It's made to handle multiplayer abilities, mature rollbacks, checks, certification systems in place. This has a lot there. It takes quite a bit of patience and time to get through it. But yeah, that's the guy, Stefan Ulibarri. I went through one of his 50-hour, 100-hour courses on Unreal Engine 5 multiplayer in general. Yeah, he's good. He's good. Yeah, if you go through all his courses and you think around on your own in the engine, you can make a lot of interesting things, for sure. For sure. But I'm a control freak. I have that power to be able to make things just the way I want them. By dealing with the other consequences. That's what I'm doing. It's just too fun to enjoy that. Not to do this. All right, so we have phase direction. Let's see. What entity are we on? I don't care about any of this stuff. Yeah, I am on the player entity, which means I can just add phase direction here. Sure. Alright, so now that I know which direction I'm facing, I can just pick some kind of random distance and fire off in that direction. That's all I need to do. Right, yeah, I just need to do this thing. So I already know where the player is at. I know the angle. I've already do this somewhere. Maybe I don't. Oh, this component does it off of this way. I guess I just do sine cosine. And be fine with that. I'm assuming this is radians. Oh, it's not radians. It's an angle. Do a little bit of math. Okay. Some distance from player for target location. Probably something like 50 is good. Yeah, I think so. Very simple math. Just to get the angle, do sine cosine to get the horizontal direction, and fire it off. This position. I need to do this whole thing here. Let's see, maybe I can skip restarting the game entirely. I don't even need to compile my own C++ code. Okay. Let's take this boy out. Another unknown target. 1. Let's see what we get. So let's see. Go angle 0 and then do 1. I need to swap them. Oh wait, this was the same. That'll be a problem. One needs to be cosine. Current angle negative pi. Yeah, it's negative pi, right? Forget. Where's my direction? It's either plus x, I think it is. I think up and to the left is plus x. I think. Let's verify that. Let's look at the position. This is negative z and this is positive z. Okay. So 0 would be positive z, okay. 0 is plus z, right? Yeah. Okay. So for the angle to be 0 at z is 1, that's cosine. So this part is correct. So it actually looks right. So it's positive z, it looks good. Why does it still do that? Current angle minus pi. So that should be minus z. But it's not. It's still positive z. Oh, it's because this whole thing. Quadrants. I think I'm better off using quaternions for this. Quaternion. Rotation. Base quaternion. get the axis of rotation. Why does it hate it? I know the constructor of a vector. Oh, it's angle and vector. Okay. So then I think we can just take like a forward vector. And that should be giving me what I want. I think. Bro, it is not what I want my breakpoint. Fine, let's restart. Oh, Jimmy, if you're here, have you gone through the other courses by Stephen? He's gonna have more than a few by now. So let's see, let's do some testing here. Let's face the player in direction 0. What do we got? Almost. I might just need this. No. Maybe I need to do something else here. Go axis, I think. Yeah. Yeah. Let's try this. Oh, music's still loud. Alright, hold on. Let me get on this music. Alright. Should be way down now. Let me know how it sounds. Excellent. Is it bad or is it good? How about that? Let me turn down just a little bit more. There you go. Now let's do some quaternion math. Yeah, that's what I was looking for. On the breakpoint here. So let's see. I want this direction. Let's see what kind of quaternion that builds. It built something. And then negative Z. Just check again. This is negative Z. That is positive Z. Please be in a 0. Thank you. Maybe this is what I need. Alright, let's try it again. Okay, I'm obviously not doing math right. I kept shooting off in the same direction, even though the current angle does change. Let's say, for example, I was doing that. I must have forgotten to do this right. Yeah, like here I have the angle pointing at somewhere. Okay. Then out of that, I create rotation. Good. Anywhere else? Really? No, I did forget to post it on X. Might as well do it now. That should be good enough. Let's put only from an angle normalized axis, yeah. Should be good. And I thought I'd just multiply it this way. You know what, instead of I'm just gonna print it. So I don't have to debug break all the time. Face vector. Well, it didn't make sense. I wonder why it's not working. Console to the rescue. Let's see. This is positive Z. Not even close to anywhere, right? Huh. What am I doing wrong? Seems like you can't trust this angle axis, huh? Oh, I see Twitch chat has evil bots. Hell yeah. I love getting attention from the bots. You know what? Let's have fun. Let's go to ChatGPT and ask it, can I use angle axis to create a quaternion for rotation around plus y axis? Go. I'm pretty sure the answer is yes. Find me some working example. That's exactly what I did. And how do I multiply that? How do I transform a vector by that quaternion? I'm pretty sure just multiply, right? Rotate? No. I'm pretty sure that's wrong. That's for matrices. Yeah, direct multiplication is the way. Rotate is not it. This is when you can point and laugh. I'm pretty sure. rotation is... Yeah, it computes rotation between two vectors. Yeah, not even close. So it is full 3D, but in this case, my world is flat, and by default, you just want to shoot it off in the horizontal direction. So it doesn't need to go up anywhere. So in this case, my plus y is the up vector. So yeah. Creates quaternion from an angle. It seems totally reasonable. Just totally reasonable. Let's do this. Let's take a look again. Face quad. Like, it's not even close to right. I don't think it makes sense. Maybe this angle is actually radians already, and I'm just lying. You know, it is radians. Up there it's radians. Yeah, it's radians. Radians. So I'll get confused about the scrap again. I knew it, so I don't need this. Boom, that should work. That should work. Go. Still complains about the target. But now there's no target. That face direction does some weird stuff. Must have a bug somewhere else as well. It twitches. Something messes with the angle. Sometimes she does like this wild spin. It must be some kind of mathematical thing where it goes from negative pi to positive pi. And somewhere there it thinks it has a wrong short path to rotate through. Yeah. Looking at the console down. This is minus z. This is plus z. Yeah. So we are good. The one bug I did see was if you're far away from a target, it still doesn't let you shoot. That's because it only goes here if there are no targets. No targets here. But actually, what we need to do is the following. Found valid auto target. So now, zoom out this boy. So you can still see him, but he's too far away. Oh, really? But I thought... Oh, it defaults to doing this even if it's far away? See? Got one target. Yeah, it'll still try to shoot it. But it's far away. So it will skip it. Oh, I just need to do false here. Oh, lack of sleep catching up. Brain is slow. Okay, there you go. So when far away, it will just ignore it. It will fire off where you want to. So you can kinda... Well, it's kinda tricky because the moment it sees the target, it will fire at that. And the recent thing I did was that I added line of sight. So now it will only shoot it if it doesn't have like a valid target directly. Spire would just shoot the closest one physically, even if there was a wall in between. But Sci-Fi just gets guys closer to me. Let's see. Like right here. Yeah, it'll. Yeah, I should let that guy even though he's further away because of his line of sight. Yeah. The noise is closer, guys. Good. I'm going to make some kind of visual indication to indicate when you're too far away from targets. So that way you can tell if you shoot, it will shoot in directionally where you want it to, like here. Or if it will shoot towards bad guys. What's going on? This aiming here is a bit weird. Like, I'm not looking in a direction, dude. Now what I could do is add a right stick on the controller on the gamepad is to change the angle the character is facing for funsies. Well, right now the way I'm playing the controller is the right side we have A, B, X, Y on Xbox is used for spells. I haven't had remapping yet. Actually, I'm curious. Keyboard will be easy to test because keyboard has just a hard direction. Like, bro, this is not the right angle. She does change the direction by herself too. Let's go to the beginning, take out this guy, and do some play testing. Like, what is that? And I'll dig into smaller little bugs later. I'm not just getting basically done. I was getting annoyed when I was playing by myself on my own here. And sometimes I want to actually shoot things. Oh, you know what? I need to change the distance because 50 is too far. 30. Somewhere we can still see it. What? I wonder if pathing becomes X weirdly due to navigation pathing. Wait, why did it lock into that? Like Okay, I'll take out this guy, sure. And still locks him into that. Oh, because once you lock 10 into the angle, I don't change the facing direction at all. Interesting. That's something to think about. If there are no targets, I could allow face direction to change. That is interesting. Yeah. Almost like it takes one operation to reset itself cleanly. Might know why. Because of this. Just clear out that thing. It's definitely useful like when you're using a laser. Well, in this case, it will just face the target, whatever it's facing. So that one will switch with it automatically. That's not a problem. Actually, I'm curious, does the laser automatically target the one that's closest? Or have a line of sight? Different, better angle than this. Because it's a choice of if you move around and just shooting. I think actually what I want is in that case to unlock the direction and just shoot where you move in that direction. So you just can spray as you fly around, as opposed to being locked in that position. I wonder what locks that in. I think it's the legacy of me starting out implementing logic where you could not move and shoot at the same time. But then I decided to change that because it was more fun. Because it was always like you're moving, stop, shoot, and it was too much of a drag. Oh yeah, the reason I wanted to add this ability to shoot on your own and in the direction you want, because I was going to make all these walls be destructible. So as they take damage, they're just going to fall apart. That's kind of my hacky solution to... Yeah, that's what it is actually, because most action RPGs, they make very difficult decision. You either shoot or you move. The only certain characters have like melee characters have ability to do like dash and attack, and that's usually like a separate spell. So that definitely changes the dynamic of the game. It becomes way more dynamic. So it's a lot easier to do damage while dodging. Like here, for example. Oh, that's a lot of damage. No. Bastard. It feels a lot freer, because you can just swing around and just lump it off. Yeah, so in this game you get a free, what's it called, kiting? Yeah. Like it makes sense to keep pointing towards nearest target if you're just in the vicinity. But once you're away, like here somewhere, you should be able to do that. Let's see. I think I know what to do for it. It's whatever setting the current angle is. So goal. Maybe it's this. No, that's fine. Oh yeah, anytime I have an ability, I We'll just shoot towards the target of last use position. Last use position. Let's see. I think this is another archaic bad idea. Ability. Last use position. I think it's I have both requests for the position and the last use position. Maybe I don't need this anymore. Oh god. Ye god. Let's do that. Back to starting maps and getting distractions. No, it still likes it. Really wants it. It's gonna be a challenge to get this going. Oh, you know what I can do? I can just inspect the value real time. Go to use. So the last position does not change. I need to introspect the other part too. Here's request from to. Target ID. Huh. So only appears initial and then it gets wiped out. Interesting. Wait a second. Doesn't sound right. I think there's somewhere else I do it, where if I'm moving, I'm using ability. Phase direction of the movement. Yeah, right here. That's the part. Alright, let me just test it out. Because by default it faces it fine, and this is on and follow. Let's see. Follow path. Yeah, so that's what I want. It's not really meant to be precise aiming, more just kind of any direction, more or less. But I don't want just to give it to true, because then the problem is if you have a target which you like on, it kind of acts weirdly. Squirrely. Yeah, this is all fine, sure. Such fancy. That is fancy. If I could use right stick to rotate in place, that would be cool. Oh, that's later. So this is all right location, just need more information. I need more information. Ooh, I better know where to get it. God, I know what it is. I can see. This one has a valid entity. Invalid entity. And we can just face it. Right? Yeah. Okay. Until we see a target, and now I'm gonna lock on to the target. Good. Until it's too far away, and then it's goes on its own. Yeah, wonderful. That was what I wanted to see. In fact, during regular movement, I can actually add animation where she can slide off to the side while facing direction. So that way she kind of indicates like, hey, I'm looking at the target. Ooh, that's a great idea. Using animation data to indicate like, hey, I see the target nearby, and if you use ability, I will fire at that target. By just facing that target direction while gliding to the side. And I think I only need... music being a BH. Alright, take a look. Lower it down a bunch. Oh yeah. I have not implemented handling def yet. I'll lower the music some more. Some more yet again. Oh yeah, thanks for the suggestion. For the feedback. Almost tempted to implement animation for that right now. It's a good idea. So of that, I'll finally go into adding like 50 different items, a few more skills just to flesh out the beginning experience versus working on the quality of the combat. Choices. Because ideally I would actually implement inverse kinematics with the hands, so that way at least one hand's pointing towards the target, the nearest target. Which I don't have yet, but it'll be fun to work on. That might take like a full week to implement inverse kinematics. Now, I've never implemented kinematics before on my own, but switch music to different style. Usually fantasy doesn't give me trouble. Oh wait, it is. You got a lo-fi mode. Maybe this one will chill. Oh, let me see. Inverse kinematics. Yes. This is what I got. I got a published paper that I found for one of the great ways implementing inverse kinematics. Now, amazing thing about this particular paper. Actually comes with a pseudocode for the logic and visual explanation of that. I already have gone through all this paper before. And actually understood it. So just a matter of time to implement it. But before that, let's see this current progress so far. This is pretty good. Yeah, it's a bunch of progress for sure. Okay, combat improvements for the player. Auto aiming versus free aiming. Do I use the layouting library for my game UI? No, I don't. Instead I do it the hard way, the manual, painful way, but it gives me enough control for what I need. So here's what I have. I have my UI editor directly in the game, and so all the UI is actually made up of entities and components, much as like anything else. So for example, I can drill down to find this hint for movement, and then the way I do positions, you can just literally just move it somewhere. That's it, and you can just specify exactly where you want it to be. And these are relative values for 0 to 1, going top to bottom, left to right. So that does automatically scale based on your window size and all that, so it's good enough. Now I remember at some point I was implementing a game on the for the iPhone, and that time was using Objective-C, and there was a layout library. We defined the rules, all like I want these two elements to be this far apart and so on. Yeah. And what happens in this case, I inherit the prior parent stuff, and occasionally, because I want it to be fancy, what I have sometimes, you can just ignore parents. And this is useful for when I'm in the equipment territory, when I'm just moving stuff around. This is where you're actually detaching a child entity that's still there, but not pretending to be outside of the chain of parents. So that way you can just be somewhere where you want it to be. It seems good enough for now. Now, oftentimes it does require a bit more manual setup, but it's good enough so far. Good enough. Now, what did I want to do? It can definitely be fancy. I create a new animation fully for the character. That's for sure. That's for sure. There you go. I can definitely implement animation fully. Let's see. Because this is a fly mode. Now, when she's aiming at something, this is the aiming portion. So what I could do is turn it to the side, and then the shooting hand will be off to the side. And in the future, using our schematics to point at the target to give it some more life into the character. Maybe before getting to that, what could I do now? I wonder if it's gonna look good or not, where if you're next to a target, she'll automatically at least look in a direction of the target, so I just switch to aiming mode now. If something's nearby. Let's do that. Let's see, player animation. I need something to save the state that there is a target nearby. Oh boy. Because right now I only check that when I'm trying to use an ability. For this to work, I'll need to check, not necessarily every frame, but every now and then, to see if there's a valid target or not. And I could shove it somewhere. So this is the logic that does all the target lookups. Okay. But this only happens when you're using a thing. Right. I can just move it out and save this information somewhere, one of the components. Maybe even ability use is fine. I can add another one, call it closest valid target. Something like that. A potential target. Yeah. And so now here, I need to rewire this logic a little bit. So I need to measure, because I might be performing a bunch of raycasts. Measure how long line of sight checks take. Find a potential target. It'll be saved there. Would be this. Let's just cut this whole thing. And then take out the parts that I don't need. Okay. Maybe 60 hertz. Now in this case, I don't need to invoke this at all. Or wait. I could just do that when it's not... Oh, there's no ability in place. There's no attack requires, but check where there's a potential target nearby. So save its position for animation and so on. Right. Maybe one day I'll break this up in different functions, but that day is not today. That day is not today. Don't care about this. Yeah. Definitely don't care about any of this. Although this needs additional check, it also needs to check if there's a line of sight. Yeah? Yeah, let's do that. Okay. So that looks good. It's the first test. Reflect it and see if I can see it. Let's roll. Target position. Hey, look at that. Responds to line of sights. Good. Good. Alright, let's just go somewhere. Let's use this guy. There you go. Now there's no target. Now there is. Okay. Man, I broke something about normals in my ray tracing code. I did some weird normals. I'll dive into that at some point. Okay, so now we have that. Let's see. Player animation. If it's line, do this, unless how many state machines when you have switch statements? Okay, it's flying like that. Otherwise, we'll push for this. For now, just using ability and animation. That'll be good enough. Now, I think I still need to face it in that direction. Yeah. So now it goes in that animation when it senses a target nearby. Okay, and then it's back to freedom. So now I just need to face that direction. Right? Yeah. Okay. How far along am I from 0 to 100? The problem with games is that there's no particular 100%. It's kind of choose when you stop. So it's almost more of how much savings you want to spend on building out a game before releasing it out to some degree. So based on that, you choose some kind of range. So usually I think in terms of years, not so much percentages. I would say to actually get to 100%, probably be at least 2 more years, on like a small scope. Because the way I see it, the last half a year of building out all the basic layers, just fundamental systems. But then at least I should spend 1 full year just on content, where I'm not adding anything particularly new, fundamentally just adding model meshes, animations, different items, maybe item types, but very simple stuff, just the content without spending weeks implementing just one little thing like inverse kinematics, for example. Now, some of the solution to that is just to cut, just to be ruthless of what you keep in the game and what you're not, because you can just do this forever. Yeah, content can be difficult, but it's Well, that's the question. What is easier, to make another piece of clothing that I have on the character now, or implement inverse kinematics? I think inverse kinematics is more complicated. It requires more engineering skills. Now, the kind requires artistic skill, obviously. And you can either outsource that or make some basic shape yourself. Which brings up the point is, because it's much faster and easier to make it by yourself and cheaper too. You may not hit the quality that some games accomplish when they pay dedicated artists to do that, but on the other hand, the game much cheaper for you. So the way I judge it is based off, and not so much how good the game looks, but rather, will it make enough to pay back, let me continue working on the game? So when I'm thinking in terms of content and the visual fidelity quality, is what kind of quality do I need to hit to succeed at whatever level of investment I'm putting into it? That's a different question. Like, yeah, sure, if you can make a game look like Diablo 4 by yourself, by all means, but that's a different scope. Now, but I do have a bunch of systems. I have some over 200 components, so I can definitely build out a lot of good amount of content. The only thing that fundamentally I really need to add to the game before I'm satisfied enough is probably inverse kinematics, although I could cut that out. It's not full requirement. I would like to add some kind of clothing simulation. Either just baking it in Blender as animation, or using physics optionally when GPU supports it. That would be cool. But even that's a pretty small part. I don't know if it's worth it. A lot of these features to figure out which ones will actually bring a game success. Well, IK can be used for just about anything. So in this particular case, this is just a female hero. So she's not going to be physical, she's not going to be punching things. So yeah, primarily just pointing your hands, or maybe your legs and feet occasionally. I give up on Jolt was crap. It's up member. Yeah, at least I'm putting Jolt on a shelf for now. It's on a branch elsewhere, but I wasn't happy with it. I couldn't make hair simulation of Jolt work well enough, so I gave up on that. Yeah, but IK, what I would like at some point is to get to the male hero as well, and that guy intend to be just primarily physical, up close, just punching robots in the face, breaking through walls. In that case, IK would be great to make sure that fist stays connected to the body at the right time. Probably. And that would be more interesting. Or like the foot, if you're like kicking, like Iron Man kick style or something. But maybe it's not necessary, because I already have precise colliders for the legs, so I can just detect when that happens. So maybe primarily just to make the character come more alive, just because the hands can just be separate. Because if I have IK, I can actually have her use alternative hands at a different time, in different directions even at once. Which most of the time ARPGs don't bother to do. Yeah, I'm sure they did it well for, what is that game called? Horizon something? But the question is, what do they use on top of that? Do they just use Jolt for that, or use more than that? Because Jolt by itself doesn't have hair support. So you need to build something on top to make it work, either using the sword bodies or wherever else they're using. So I tried it building out the approach I have here, which is, let's go into debug mode. Hide the hair. Hide the hair. Yeah, there you go. So that's the approach I use, which is that I have those fake little physical bones that simulate the hair motion, and then that gets applied to the skin mesh. Am I using an engine? No, this is all custom code. Just building up a Vulkan, The biggest thing I use is a physics engine called PhysX5, which is an open source free physical simulation engine. Outside of that, everything is my own. So I have my 2 renderer, which is a pre-render, the ugly renderer, mobility UI, animation, motion blending, all this editor stuff, reflection, and a few other systems behind the scenes. But yeah, I also use an entity component system called Flex. But outside of that, I just use some handful of libraries here and there. In fact, I think I can even see them. Yeah. I have this third-party folder. So these are all the third parties I use right now. Like image loading, some shader processing, computation, type, loading fonts. Because I have to draw my own font for UI. And so these are actually coming from a font. It was actually behind the scenes, I actually make a picture, a dynamic texture where I draw out one character at a time to create like a palette for the font. So yeah. Now the benefit of doing this by hand is that the game just does exactly what you need and it's much faster. So like my game starts up in a second from launch to the first frame being drawn. And my iteration time is very fast. Like most of the time when I'm writing code, I don't even need to restart the game because I have this tool integrated. It's a commercial tool. For front rendering, I'm just using FreeType. That's all it is. It's FreeType. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, I just load the fonts, open up. So you have a binary package, open up the font out of that, initialize the FreeType, load it from a file, and then from there on I can load the glyph of each font, get the pixel data, yeah, to a bitmap, and then I get some character information such as different heights to compute for UI. And then in the different parts somewhere else, I'll write this into a texture somewhere else. It's been a month since I wrote that code, so. Actually, I may have even written this last year. So it's been a while. Anyway, so what I need to do. Clarity, yeah, I just picked some size to it. Let me see, load fonts. Because I think I picked like maybe like a 2K resolution for it. Like I haven't tackled the fonts fully myself to the level. Yeah, here committing the image, which means yeah, this is a draw buffer. Yeah, so I draw the bitmap. Draw to a target, yeah. What does this do? I think just manual copies it over. Yeah, because bitmap gives you that, and I think how big is my? Yeah, I'm using 2K texture for fonts. Now, to be fair, fonts can be tricky, especially when you're going across pixels. So I'm running at the 4K resolution, so font is not a big deal. Oh, you know what? Maybe I can actually see this right now. I used to be able to see. For UI image. I used to see the picture for the font itself, like the whole part, like one of these guys. Let me see. For example, let's take It's like this life widget. And change this to this one. Oh, you can't actually see it, but yeah, drawing all the fonts there. So I think if I go inside life mount. Yeah, there you go. I can blow up the size a bit. Ignore parents. There you go. Yeah, this is the texture of all the font atlas being driven out. And it remains to be seen if it will look good at low resolutions. For example, if I'm going to my UI text somewhere, UI text. Like, it looks fine when it's big, but when it's small, it might look blurry. I don't know. Remains to be seen. If it's not being blurry, then I'll have to do it pixel specific sizes. We'll see. We'll see. Oh yeah. So now that I have knowledge of nearby target, yeah, if you're building a spreadsheet app, it's a bit different. Well, with action RPGs, you sometimes get into all these item descriptions, which can be pretty heavy on text. So I'm sure it's probably some kind of anti-aliasing you need to do to make it look good. So I don't know. I haven't gotten to that part yet. But in some ways, I've seen the same problem when I was using existing game engines. I kind of had the same problem. Oh, that's funny. Like, now it's just here is chilling, but when it goes across an opening, it just switches into battle stance. That's good. Now I just need to point at it. I think it has to be somewhere here on this one. Towards the target, right? No. I wanted this face direction. I now need current. I need to see what's happening to the goal. If I'm using an ability, it will point it at it that way. But I can also do the same thing if this. Yeah. That's not pointing into direction. Why? Oh, I see. Yeah, so that's what I have. I have this tool called Live++. It's amazing tool. That's saved me months and months, years of work. And so I think it's like $100 a year or so, but it works on many different platforms. And yeah, with just a few lines of code, this what it does is that it actually listens for changes in my source files. So I point at my folder, and it says like, hey, I found the change in your detected a change in your source code right here. And then it compiles and patches it live for me. Now, Unreal has this same thing too, actually, by the way. And that was the last thing that made me upset at Unreal. Hot reload. What was it called? Was it live coding? What was it called? Live coding. Yeah. So yeah, I'm using the same tool that Unreal Engine uses. So Unreal calls it the live coding. I can give you a link to this. So this is what Unreal uses, which behind the scenes is using this Live++. And it does a whole bunch of magic. I didn't particularly care to dig too deep. I just know it works, and it figures out on its own what compiler flags I'm using. I think it's looking at the PDB files. Is what my guess is. Because it deduces all the compiler switches you might have, and then it patches your binary and supports the DLLs, executables, whatever else. Yeah, it's pretty amazing. So yeah, most of the time, it's so funny to use C++, but it feels like scripting. Yeah, so if I'm a valid potential target, and start the position to be different. Well, yeah, I guess if you live, depending on the country, it could be a lot of money. But in the country of kind of free in America, it's worth it. Let me see, so that should work. Look at it compiling. 1.6 seconds. Oh, so I was saying, I did the same test in Unreal using their live coding. And I did like a one change in the actor inside Unreal. And on the laptop, it took me over a minute for the poor Live++ to do all the patching. Due to the way Unreal works, due to how huge the header files are. So I was thinking to myself, I'm gonna be making all these small game changes. I'm gonna have to wait every time for a full minute to see my result. There's no way. But here, by the time I type the code, save the file, and I'll tab back in, it's already live. Yeah, so there you go. Now she just turns away, points at him, burns away. That's awesome. So now I know exactly it's going to be shooting up this guy. And now she's going to ignore him. Even better would be like if the last target goes away and he's still looking in a direction, she can just look the opposite direction right away. Yeah, $120 a year for, it's not a big deal. It's like a couple bucks a month. If you live in depending on the countries, if you're in the Western world, it's completely fine, reasonable. And you get like a 1 month free or something to try it out, and you can pay per month as well. I actually did that. And when I was working at Amazon, I ended up adding Live++ as a product that you can buy inside the company. And I know some people used that before. I was definitely using it in Lumberyard Game Engine. I don't think I ever got it Yeah, even when I was with that, I used it for New World as well, because I had my own custom integration. That was awesome. But when I was showing it to other engineers, they did not understand it. Oh yeah. Dude, New World was so bad when I was there. Like one little compile change was taking like 15 to 20 minutes to compile and run. I literally had to buy a book just to keep myself from being bored. Yeah. On the other hand, when it's something cheap like that, sometimes you can... Well, yeah, actually, if you're a company, getting individual license is not going to work probably, but yeah. I mean, that's why big companies are laying off people left and right, because the way they handle the time of engineers, they just don't care. And then they complain engineers are too expensive, but at the same time, they don't want to have the best use of that time. Let's look at that. Boom, points, ignores. Oh, I love this. Points to bad guys. Oh, that is awesome. Boom, ignores them. That is awesome. Yeah, bulk license is fine. Not a big deal. Superliminal. I think it's the editor, right? Unfortunately, I'm loving ReSharper C++ too hard to do anything out of Visual Studio. Now, Visual Studio can be slow if you don't have top-notch computer. My computer is top-notch, so it's only slow on occasion. Man, this is such a good change. Oh my god, look at that. Kicked ignores, boom, points to bad guy. Ignores him again. That is sweet. I've tried C-Line. Oh, Superliminal is a CPU profiler. I haven't heard about that. C-Line, I've tried C-Line, but C-Line at least comes with ReSharper, which is good. I think I actually looked at it maybe a year ago. I think my problem was that I couldn't figure out how to make it work with my CMake project here. And overall it just felt sluggish, because I think it's written in Java or some crap. It just felt slow compared to Visual Studio. You would just... Like, nobody makes great editors. Unless you have, like, I don't know, some guys making editors from scratch. Like the handmade people. Boom, boom. Yeah, this is good. Yeah, that's what it is. Like when I felt it when I C-Line was running on the Java. It is painful. Like I'm already suffering from ReSharper. ReSharper is what I use for the fancy IntelliSense. Because I completely turn off all Visual Studio IntelliSense and I use ReSharper C++. And that thing is C#.net or something. Maybe parts of it is C++, who knows. And that one is definitely a monster for big project. It takes a while. But it's reasonably fast now. On a desktop. On the laptop it's too slow. Okay, so now we have that. I think I do want an animation. Not such a small change, but felt so good. Now points at the nearest valid target robot. So now I can make simple animation. And I can switch. Because the thing is right now I'm pointing at the character, at the target. So in that case this animation looks fine. Whereas if I were to detach looking at the target and instead just keep floating in direction but just have the hand pointed out that way, just the hand, the face, but that I think it requires IK to look any good. Otherwise it's gonna look weird. I really don't want to spend a week implementing IK. I really don't want to. I think in the last few months I've gotten tired implementing all the low-level systems. I want to spend my time on gameplay and building out towards the demo, and then do AK after that. Let's also give up on Jolt. I don't want to be down on those weeds. Implementing little tiny details. I already have it working well enough. Oh yeah, I wanted to look at this superliminal. Let's see. So I think right now I'm using Tracy when I have it enabled for fancy things. But then Tracy was a pain. It was leaking memory like who knows what. Like it was growing by like 100 kilo. It would grow like by a few megabytes every few seconds. Whereas now my process memory is nice and stable. So I've actually added a tracker. Tracy was a pain. It's been saving the information somewhere up in memory. I haven't looked at this before. Although I'm not gonna lie, for a game, all these profilers are not too useful. What you actually want to do is build your own profiling tool specifically for what you need. For example, for things like your own GPU timestamps. So you can see what type of your graphic pipeline takes how long. And that's way more useful than whatever little tools they built elsewhere. And for a game, you can customize that even more because you know exactly what your game does, what's important, what's going to take too much time, and so on. Yeah, I think it should be good enough for the combat and stuff. I think it's time to start to add more items and more skills. Just different ability skills and stuff. And maybe, doing UI is such a time sink. Like, especially when I'm doing all this for a gamepad. The mouse a lot less painful. A lot less painful. I need to hide this thing when it's not gamepad. Because I do have all the skill setting. Oh, I forgot all about the turrets. Used to be my favorite. Yeah, those profiles are generally good for like a general point in the dark somewhere, sure, by all means. Burn down, hell yes. I love those turrets. Burn them down, boys. Burn them down. I'm gonna need to make these turrets a little less OP, so it would require a line of sight to maybe spawn. Maybe. Hi, turret. Yeah, also I used traces so far when I was looking into what's taking how long. Speaking of which, that's when I found out at one point a while back, this one little Vulkan call, create ray tracing pipeline, was taking over a second at one point. It was a single call and just took 1 second to start up or to complete. And then some kind of driver upgrade or something, NVIDIA fixed it and suddenly it takes almost nothing. But I still have a measure thrown in there, just to keep an eye on that thing. And also importantly, I measure how much time it takes me to go from launching the application to actually drawing the first frame. I don't want to have a long load time, so I want it to be just snappy. I don't even want to have a main menu. You just, the moment you launch the game, you just jump into the action right away, scroll those menus. Like maybe once you have more than one character, then sure you get a selection in the beginning, but especially just first launch, just go just into the action right away. Especially as an indie. Like Diablo 4 can afford to be slow and boring. If they get the name, people will wait. But as an indie, you don't have time to wait. You gotta show your value right away. Alright. So I think to actually go into full item work, I'll do that tomorrow. I need some more thinking to do on that. For now I can do something simple and stupid. Such as making all these walls destructible. So if you hit them enough, they just fall apart into pieces. Why not? Why not? And making walls destructible actually solves one of the problems. Because right now all my maps are created using random generator. And it's possible to create a map where you're just stuck. With some kind of goals enclosed by walls. But if you can destroy the walls, none of it matters. And whatever generate will work out fine. Except for these thick walls, they will remain unbreakable. But the little thin ones, yes. So let's do that. Let's do that. Let's make breakable walls. Is there anything interesting here? I don't think I made any significant changes. Alright. Let's push this change. Merge it into main. Maybe for once I'll try to do squash and merge. Okay. Amend commit. Various combat improvements. The biggest one is the player facing nearest valid target. Okay. Oh, recently Insight Graphics from NVIDIA released a new updated Vulkan debugger. So the shading. Supposedly you can actually inspect your shader state. I have it downloaded but I haven't used it yet. Let's see. Breakable walls. This should make it wild and crazy. Also, most ARPGs don't support breakable walls. Very few do. They just follow the same cookie cutter dungeon size. I think that's what it was. Let me see again. Inside graphics. Vulkan shader. Debugger. Or something like that. New shader debugger. Yeah. Debugging regeneration shaders. Maybe. Yeah, so real-time debuggers. You can inspect, modify shader code while it's running. So breakpoints. Yeah, it says you can inspect variables and stuff, which would be amazing. I've been stuck on some graphical issues before. It was such a pain because you didn't have any particular debugger. So yeah, it looks like the future is here, including locals and watch stuff. Should be good. Because I'm already using NVIDIA Inside Aftermath already, actually, to generate the GPU crash captures, which gives me some idea what things when things break. But yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, it looks amazing based on what I looked at last time. Let's add this to save. Let's see what it's going through. Oh wait, there's only 4 minutes, but dude, I was expecting something better. Tutorials. No, I don't know. Next time I have an issue, I'll take a look into that. Oh, Pex, yeah. I started my game actually in DirectX 12. That was my initial idea, to build the whole render on DirectX 12, but I got stuck on too many random issues. I didn't particularly like it. I didn't find enough good examples to follow through. So I eventually gave up and switched to Vulkan. And I've been here ever since. But the good news, that allows me to run potentially in the future on Android and on SteamOS. So that's something. But whatever. Okay, breakable walls. Let us do it. See, building pieces. Let's start at 1 block. Maybe a full wall. I'll make this boy breakable, right? Probably better off as save it as a separate model. Copy objects. Okay. Cell fracture, let's go. I could give it some 5 parts. What the hell is that? Oh, you know what? It needs more vertices. That's what it needs. Well, that's only gonna increase the triangle count in my scene, because right now my walls are super simple. Alright, let's see how this works now. That's reasonable. I'll have to see if this actually scales and performs well, but it might. It might. I can even make those pieces fall off separately one at a time. Fine, I'll keep it here. Let's give it a different collection. Original. Move it off here. Disable and hide it. We'll see if my JSON Explorer still grabs it or not. That's good enough. I already have system in place which can handle different pieces. Right now it's done for robots and skin meshes. I might be able to easily do it for static ones as well. So alright, let's see. Save it off as wall fracture. Save it. Export it. I have my own GLTF reader. And I have my own asset pipeline. That was my pain of the game engines, including Unreal. Like getting characters to work correctly and looking fine in Unreal was such a pain. Like the moment you touch one little thing, the whole thing breaks and you're stuck not knowing exactly how to fix it. And I just did not want to go through all the engine code on Unreal to figure it out what's going on there. I'd rather build my own stuff. It also builds you skills that few people have in the industry. Okay, so now we have that. So now I need to add it into the build. Yeah, I've looked at CLGDFs, but I didn't see much of a point, honestly, because I'm actually doing a lot of custom stuff from GLTF when I do now. For example, for this fracture stuff, I will have the special flag, which is do not apply node transform. And what that will do is that it will essentially move these guys into their own center origin, so that when I spawn them separately, they'll already be at 0,0 origin, without having to like move it off somewhere. And so because of that, I can do a lot of fancy things. Just like how they used to say in the Mass Effect, assuming direct control. Wall fracture. Wall fracture. Oh, do I have... Yeah, all my GLTF files are actually packed right now into one single binary. Sweet. I did that a couple weeks ago. But they still think they're separate files. Alright, so I have wall fracture here. Then I need to add it to the copy command somewhere. Oh, where are you? Bro, I forgot where no GL stuff. Oh, it's right here. Wall fracture, right? Okay, so that should increase the size of the pack. 18287. Ooh. Oh, that was not good. My pack rider. Oh, it failed to open it. Oh, did I export into the wrong location? Oh, I misspelled it. Son of a... Well, oh yeah, I did misspell it. It's tiny font, hard to see. Export that. Discard this. Let's see what kind of back size we're gonna get. But that should have thrown an error actually to stop the build. Definitely to do that. Okay, yeah, yep, back is slightly bigger, good. Good, good. So now... Now the simple wall. Oh god, the background is so white here. Oh my goodness. Haven't made it really configurable yet. But let me see, how many sub matches do I support? I need 5 in this case. Up to 5. But it's not what I want. I'm only doing 2 meshes. Let's bump it up to 5. Bump it up to 5. I have up to 5 pieces of the wall. Now the easiest first step is just to, when you break the wall, it just falls into all the parts. But what would be cool is that you keep track of the damage to the wall and you take off those pieces from the top. That would be cool. Much the same way I do the robot. That would be awesome. And that would pave the way for the male hero abilities to just punch through the walls and stuff. Or just throw robots through the walls. That would be sick. Absolutely sick. Alright. So for example, the way it would look. Let's switch the object to wall fracture. Oh, that's the wrong one. Oops, my bad. Go to wall. Switch to wall fracture. What? That submesh is broken? Add submesh, add. Why did it remove it? That's so weird. Add submesh. Now there's one more. I think something's removing it. I vaguely recall adding somewhere a thing to clean out submesh if they don't look good. Oh, I know what's doing this. It's this component thingy. Oh yeah, it does that whole thing. Fine, we just delete it. That should work now. So here's your part 2, part 0. It doesn't look quite right somehow. Why doesn't it look right? Oh, because this part is loaded with offsets removed. So I need another instance of it, but of offsets saved. Yeah. I'll do it this way. Yeah. And so now, that's the wonderful knowing about the precise controllable stuff. Precise. Where's boy? Static. Yeah. I see, now it makes sense. And so now you can selectively build this out. And boom, now you have full wall, and then as damage happens, you just take some piece out. I'll take another piece out. And that should look nice and simple. Although, that might mean I also have to update the navigation mesh as some of those pieces get removed. That requires some thinking, but that's a problem for tomorrow. Today, just doing a visual change. So that should work. Now I just need a component to track that. Different Discord. Now I have a static spawner. I do have the thing for a robot. Man, my knowledge is so messed up somewhere here. I'll have to look into it at some point. Now robots have robot skin damage. Well, this one defines all the sub-meshes that it has to lose. And this will keep track of everything, but this is skin mesh, it's a lot more complicated. A simple static mesh, I don't think you need to worry about it this way. I could potentially actually even bake the get the 3D mesh shapes for little wall parts, and then the mitigation mesh will be completely fine. Probably do that. It might be slow though. I'll have to see. I'll have to see. Now just one step at a time. First step is just the visual change. So let's make a new component. I'm going to mimic this one. Let's see. Non-skinned mesh damage. Okay. I think it needs an object ID to point. Fracture object ID. Well, I think I have references for this. Reference, like a mesh reference, I think. Oh, maybe it's only for those parts. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. Although, technically I don't need to specify the parts. I could read them myself from the GLTF. But for now, I can keep that there. I also need non-static. So as the wall falls apart, I can spawn little pieces dynamically, separately as well. That would be awesome. And I'm out of water. Now I think it means I'm gonna be using life on the wall. I think that's fine. Yeah, it should be good enough. Where's the inn? NoEngine. Register this new component. I guess it's been a while since I added a new component. Let's add it here. Oh yeah, robot skin damage. It's exactly. We'll be doing all the things. We'll be mimicking this component for sure. Except it's gonna be way easier. This robot skin damage took me a few days to get working actually. No, I don't need all this fanciness though. Yeah, I'll just read it from there. Don't I have the thing to select object already? Do I not really have that? Input object. Like I have submeshes, but I don't have object selection. Huh. That's something to fix, for sure. Yeah, I'm just gonna read the parts directly from the object. I don't need all this stuff. Undamaged object. And I guess I need maybe a byte. Attached fracture parts. One bit for each fracture part. Is still attached. Which means ports up to 8. Good enough for now. Alright, this needs to be created finally. Oh wait, I have mesh ID. There you go. I knew it. I knew that I had it. Undamaged object. Wait, you might need a prefab as well. Like choose prefab, does that work? I don't remember. See, choose prefab. Yeah, I think it works. Because I'll need a prefab for spawning the pieces. What's a prefab for? Prefab is my collection of entities. So in this case, when the wall gets damaged, it will spawn a little piece for each detached fracture part. And so for that, I'll just point to some existing prefab and then populate that thing with the mesh part. I'll do that of robot parts, for example. And just a collection of entities together. When it's super simple, I create it from the code, but sometimes I want to have those prefabs be defined because they might be more involved. Like for example, here's the robot definition. This is a robot prefab. And so there's a bunch of properties to define and so on. That's doing all that, and the code can be annoying. But in this case, I just Your usual prefab. As most game engines have. Fractured prefab, piece prefab, or something like this. Oh, really? I have to do this whole thing. Meshes stored separately. Yeah, meshes are separate. On the input, they are separate GLTF files with a binary payload for actual buffers. And this is just what Blender exports for me. And so to read that out, parse it through, and then during build time, that gets packed into one single binary file. You can actually see all the text code here. You can see like this. Here's a path, and then what you don't see in between is basically oh yeah, like the beginning, this is my custom binary format. It like prints out all the names and the paths, the kind of local path to the object, and then later on it'll be just binary payload of all the meshes in here. So yeah, meshes are stored separately. Yeah, the prefab is just purely a data reference. It doesn't store any of those insanities that have. It's just JSON code. There's nothing here, just components being set out there. And all my meshes are references just by integers, essentially. Binary format is for multiple reasons. It's definitely faster to read them as your files begin to explode. Because actually, once you get into thousands of files on the same folder, the file systems actually begin to struggle. So that helps in one way. Also some other ways. I was looking at buying audio files, and audio files get tricky of licenses, where if you distribute a game and it's too easy to pick apart the audio files, it could be a problem. Whereas now all my audio files, I think I have like 3 audio samples right now. I buy just like one binary pack. Like, sure, you can take a look what it's inside, but it's gonna be difficult. It's not gonna be as easy to break it all apart. So it's like a little obfuscation. And yeah, in the future, in the near future, when it goes to Steam, it'll be easier when it's like a separate pack files like that. Because I think Steam actually does its own encryption on the payload in some way, and it'll be better off when it's combined. Alright, I need prefab mapping. What else do you need? And a world system. Dude, why does it need so much? No, what, screw it. I'll just keep it simple. Yeah. I'll make this pretty later. There you go. Now this I don't need. Oh yeah, it was also the parts that are still active. Attach parts. Yeah, most game engines, they will pack everything into one file for you. Right now I'm too lazy, so I have separate pack files actually. And that actually makes it faster to build right now, because that way I don't need to combine all of them. You just combine just the parts that changed. Well, right now it's only some 20 megs, 30 megs. It's not a big deal yet. Once you get into gigabytes, that's when it becomes problematic. All right. Okay. That's all that I need. Okay, so now the component is reflected. Now I can start building some code. Oh, you can actually see it right here where my asset packer is packing all the files together. And it measures right now how long it takes. And I can always look into it deeper to optimize it some more anytime it becomes too slow. Oh, something failed. What failed? Oh, yeah, of course. God, using jolt physics was a pain. It was so much modern C++ in there. I did not enjoy that. I do need more water, so I'll be right back. Alrighty then.
I will take something. I will take something. A great.
This will interfere with my logic of hiding the wall in the non-ray tracing engine. I'll just have to switch that into transparent at some point.
I will take something. I will take something. A great.
Okay. I think I need to modify the modify mesh thing. I don't like that music. I need a different switch. Yeah, I need to have a enable flag here. Also needs life. Sure, 10 is fine. Ew, how does it say object? There's no bueno. Hmm. Oh, wow, yeah. Static fracture. Dynamic pieces. Oh, it also needs a submesh ID to identify itself by. Like, this is all well and good. And this is probably okay to use 20 for now. Yeah, but this part needs a submesh. Let's see. Did it save it? Yes. Alright, so now after all this preparation, I can finally do some actual logic coding. The data is in place. Alright, what I need to do is to get all the submeshes for those fractures and apply them. Let's see, what does this give me? It gives me what I want. Good. Don't want to crash randomly. Check the ranges. Wait, I don't need any of this. This is more like a hardcode data. I need the other parts. Whoa, no, I definitely don't need that. Oh, this is the ID. That's right. This is the ID. See. Now make it a simple, just hide some portion of these walls. Should be good enough to play around and see if it works or not. Boink, boink, boink. Oh, when it goes below 0, it deletes itself. Oh. That's silly. I mean, yeah, I'll need to do that, but... So it's 5 pieces. Can I change the order? Of course I can. Hey Artie, I'm using Vulkan. This specific render mode, this is with ray tracing. And this is without ray tracing. This is the simple editor mode, modifying the prefabs at the moment. I can definitely change the order at which the walls... Oh, Snapple. Now implement features one little step at a time. So at first, just do straight up removing an order. And if once past that, I can actually compute which part to remove, maybe depending on the last hit taken and so on. You can get a fancy. And fancy is needed. I need to clamp this. I guess between 0 and... mesh count. Yeah. The thing is, I want at least one piece remaining so long as there is a sliver of life left. There should be one piece remaining. I can also take them out randomly at parts. Like when I'm shooting a robot, which is a same exact logic, I actually detect if it hits you from the front or the back. So if you do it again, then you have to wait until he turns around. And shoot him in the back, and then the back pieces fall off. But otherwise it tracks exactly the same way. So that already works. I'll be able to just copy that. And that was the hard part, that was scanned animation, not this easy static stuff. So I want to make sure, see, I don't want this last piece to go away until it's completely nothing. For now, just make it brain dead. So it's something. So we can assume it's 0. Just make it invisible. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so here I want it to be at least one piece left. Okay. Right, so yeah, sliver is one piece left. Boink, boink, boink. And overrun. Overrun something. Wait, it thinks there are 6 pieces in there? But I thought it was only 5. Where's 6 coming from? That's odd. It's very odd. No, this gets clamped. Part doesn't matter because it should be a clamp. No, this, the actual count is 6. Submeshes. Why is it 6? Oh. Oh, Jason. It counted this part. I need to modify my plugin too. I'll export from my active selection, but this is good enough for now. Otherwise, I can always add a little flag to indicate which ones to ignore. Okay, let's see. Make sure. It's still there. Did it not save correctly? Export. Do it. Wait, what? What am I missing? Or fracture, export. Shoot. It's not copying it. Interesting. Oh, this one's being a pain. Alright. Then I can do... Just gonna force it. No, just the rigs. You know what? I can just look to GLTL straight up. That old piece is gone. I think now we're good. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So now as a test, go to static. Yeah, just 5 pieces good. Back to walls. This is your regular wall. Okay. Now back to testing. There's always going to be one at least until the very end. Yeah, I might need to choose the order to maybe pop it from the top so it doesn't look like it's hanging, but that's the next level of improvement. What I want to do, otherwise it looks fine. I don't think I particularly have control of the order of the pieces, but I can just choose that based on the positions here in my code because I have access to those positions. So I can just pop the wall from the top. I think that should be good enough. Should be good enough. Right, because I think I have that code. I mean, I could do it right now, I think. Let me see. Does it have... Oh, he has it here. Oh yeah, it's in the same reference. Okay, I can just do it now. We're doing it now. Let's see. Yeah, this has the data. Good. I can just sort it by the height, by the Y position, by the Y value. Be the easiest way to sort this. I don't have the greatest sorting tools right now. sorted pieces by height. Yeah, what I need is this. Now I'm doing this every frame, which is whatever, but at some point I need to be baked in. Oh yeah, I need to get the transform out of this thing. Always forget it. So it depends what you mean by sort manually. The thing is, it's up to Blender how it puts these file objects out. And it's up to JSON exporter in what order writes them out into it. Now, if I really cared, I could sort them as part of my asset processing. I'd look another flag here for resources. And right here, say, let's sort by height, by the center mass height. That's another idea, but first step is just to get it working. And see how it looks, and see if it's actually worth keeping around, and then there's a million ways to improve that as necessary. Really, especially here, because this is actually just one wall piece. To make everything destructible, I would have to do exactly the same thing for all of the different wall pieces. And once I go for like 10 different wall pieces and implement all that, then I will see what are the main pain points. At least the good news here is that if a wall is not damaged at all, it's not going to do all that computation anyway. Yeah, but imagine you have 50 different wall pieces. I already have maybe a dozen different types. So now every time you do a cell fracture, then you have to reshuffle and rename them, dude. You're just gonna shoot yourself in the face when you do like 50 different wall pieces. And not just for like one biome. If you do another biome with different fractures, you decide to make different types, then it's even more. So it's better to have the machine do all the work for you as much as possible. I always forget how to get position. You know what? Sometimes ChatGPT. How to get translation from... I'm pretty sure you just get a row, but I forget which exact row it is. Hey, thanks for the sub, Mr. Thomas. Yeah. Oh yeah, I was talking to GPT. Yeah, you just get the third one. That's what I remember doing, yeah. I'm pretty sure I did this somewhere. Yep, I sure did. That's exactly what it was. This is a little ugly, but submesh. Why is it being complaining? Like that doesn't work, really? Height Y. Why? Maybe it just needs this outside the reference. Oh, that's gonna be complained a different way. Oh, duh. Okay. Alright, so now we have that plus a sort. So now I can do the sort using my code. Which currently takes this is a little nasty because it's using CAPI and I'm far too lazy to do more things here. But this is a nice flat buffer. You know what? I want this back. What the hell did it do to my code? Looks fine. Let me just see if it at least compiles. That looks okay. Yeah, it's good. Alright, so at this point it's sorted. So now I can go through which way is actually it sorted? It's from lowest to highest. Yeah, that's fine. That is fine. To show. I think that should do the trick. Sort them up. Push them up. Now once this works, I will put it into observer mode instead of ticking. But this is good enough just to prove it out. Oh. It's time to put a debugger on his face. What do we have? Oh, this is from the wrong type. This is from a type that doesn't have it's gonna have all origins at 0. Need something else here. Stick away from me. Here I need create a sorted list of submesh. Says by height. Seem to be dynamic ones. Because static ones are set in place and they are converted into 0, 0 effectively. They don't keep their center. All the centers get modified. Whereas here, that should do it. Yeah. Excellent. And so there you go. You can even play around with what kind of fracture it does where. But it's good enough. So let's see. And I still need to spawn the pieces that fall off, but this is good enough to try. Let's put it back into the real world. Let's see. Which wall is this? I think I need so I'm building an action RPG, but specifically right now making all the walls be destructible. So right now I'm very early steps of making it work. Be destructible. Let's see. I'm trying to remember which part is north, which one is south. Because I have different prefab for... This is... I don't even name it. You know what? I'll give it a proper name. Wall north, south. Save that. Wall west to east. Excellent. So now, this is west to east, so this is the wall that I care. Alright. Pick it. Let's take a look. This wall. Yeah. Alright, does have life. Yes, that's how it looks in the game. Once it takes damage, that's good. There's some visual oddities the way I do transparency when I'm around it, but it's whatever. So now it just needs to become a valid target. I'm actually curious. What happens if I just shoot it? It just works. Okay. That was easy enough. That was certainly easy enough. Boink, boink. Alright, so this was good enough of a work, so I can save this progress. So that is a separate part, because right now the like collider on this guy. Debug and view. The collision shape will something have to be modified separately, because you can see the collider shape is in the gray and that's still there. But yeah, once I can definitely make it push through as well. Hey Lou, is this open source? No, this is my custom engine, custom code. Working on my own game. I use some open source libraries such as physics simulation for physics, Vulkan API, FreeType, it's just a handful third-party libraries. But the actual game code and everything I have here, this is mine. So there's going to be multiple steps to get this, to get these walls working and looking right. So the fact it gets damaged is fine. So the next step is to spawn little pieces so they can actually fall off and fly off and bounce in the environment. That's the next step. Then I would need to somehow modify the... I would have to provide triangle collider shapes for all that. Hey, thanks for the artwork. Although so far I haven't really done much work. I haven't done much art at all. Like, I don't even have textures yet. This is just plain colors. I think the only textures I have is for ambient occlusion, but that one is mostly invisible. Like, for example, when you look at this chest, just grab it. Let's look at the material. Yeah. Yeah, so the texture uses just plain color. There's nothing there at all. The one thing it does use, it uses the ambient occlusion, which is baked in Blender. So that's why you can see like dark shadows there. Whereas if you disable that, it just loses all those details. And back to item chest. So that's about the only texture I used so far. I can definitely get more out of it by adding textures and all that stuff. But on the other hand, also as an indie, maybe I can just get away with being like super simple style. Especially in this render with ray tracing, it kind of makes everything look slightly different. Alright, so let's do... Yeah, take that guy out. Alright. Yeah, that's more than enough changes to make a submission. Okay. Okay. Okay, non-skin meshes. First wall that can be destroyed. The other funny thing about that is that even though the wall is gone, there's no collider here. I actually also need to update the nav mesh. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, because right now the nav mesh is right there. It goes around the wall. And once I take it out, like you still need to update the nav mesh. Otherwise it just sits there complaining. You have to like update it and then you can go through it. So there's multiple levels to making this work cutely. But one thing at a time. So next thing is to spawn little pieces. Okay. So in this case I need to track what was there before and what got changed. Now what I could do for that previous ports flag, and then but the end of it do I create nav mesh manually? No, I use an open source library called Recast. Let me see. Recast navigation. It's actually used pretty much everywhere, including Unreal uses it. Pretty sure Unity, just about everybody on the planet is using Recast navigation. It's a little open source library to build that nav mesh for you. You just need to provide it with mesh triangle data, and it will generate all the pretty nav mesh for you. And that's what I use. So even though I don't use an engine, I use a number of different libraries to help me out in different ways. Alright. Okay, some parts were popped off just now. So this is when I can spawn them. See, I need the parts, dynamic parts. So yeah, and gets me the fracture meshes. So now let's see. Now it's time to do some bit operations. To keep it simple. Let's see. Before was there, and after that it's not. This is where I need to spawn them. Let's see. I don't have entity, but I can give it a world. Actually, what I need is a prefab. Let's see how I do it in this other class. When it's time to spawn. Yeah. Oh, it needs a persist system. I mean, okay. Okay. Dude, type this. I already have it here. Oh, that's right, it's world system, so of course I was already spawning prefabs, so we're good. It doesn't have the world, unfortunately. Okay, I need this prefab. Okay. Yeah. Now. Now here's how I spawn things in Flex. Now Flex is a specific library I use for entity component stuff. So specific ways to handle prefabs and spawn them. So that's just what I'm doing. True and no less. I don't care about this stuff. Now the real work is to calculate where that piece needs to be at. Yeah. Because here it's a child of the root node. So its actual position here is zeroed out. So I have to walk all the way up to the parent to get that position. And then from there to compute where the wall is, from there I can compute where the prefab pieces belong. Okay. And it's time to modify this even harder. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is the 5, and this is a 10. Now that is self, so that's fine. And this one is parent. Time to do serious, a bunch of boring math. think I'm getting hungry. It'll be time for steak soon again. But before I do that, I'm gonna have these walls pop off after all. Gotta have them pop. Okay. So I can ignore this portion of logic. Just hide this out. Check which ones were removed and spawn an entity for each piece. Am I in Texas? Yes. The land of big, huge houses. I'm in center. In around Austin area. Okay. So here I need to build. Transform. I know I had it somewhere. Where did I have it? Oh, is it physical animation? There you go. That's what I was looking for. Oh, it was only here? It was at least static, right? Oh, it wasn't even static. Dude. Bro. This needs to be like a helper thing. Alright, so we have the wall position. Next I need to get yeah. Okay. Dude, tab it. Fine. Okay. We're setting the position, rotation of it. Good. Scale. Let's see, maybe scale. Mesh is set. That should be good enough. It should be good enough. Man, I love adding that the missing header file with one little click, as opposed to going around searching for the path and so on, blah blah. Well, that's progress. That's actually spawning something. Now the thing right now is that the colliders for it is completely wrong, of course. But I don't mind that too hard. Yeah. Right now it's using a different prefab that doesn't support triangle shapes, the tri-mesh. So because of that, it's gonna misbehave really weirdly. Yeah. Okay. So the next step is to I'll need to create a whole new support for those triangle shapes if I want it to be that precise. You have to give it a try and see how expensive it is on CPU. Worst case, I'll do some kind of simplified shape where it gets lower of height the more you damage it. So it kind of looks close enough. We'll see. But I could do first triangle shape at first. Shouldn't be a big deal for my simple shape so far. We'll see. To be measured. This is good. Yeah, that's another. So it's gonna be at least 20 different things to get right of the wall. The reason that's happening because right now when you delete the last thing, it deletes the whole entity. And when that happens, it doesn't need additional logic to handle that. Question about coating my brain stamina juice. So that's actually a very good question. I had a couple of years ago I had the problem where I just couldn't work for long, and the problem came down to diet. You know, the energy was just low. And what's giving me energy now is because now I'm full-on carnivore. So cut out all the crap plants. So I'm basically plant-free. The only thing I eat is meat, salt water. That's it. And with that, your brain just runs so much better. How many years of experience? Professionally, 15, 16. But I started programming as a little kid, so it's kind of hard to measure. Because I was writing in BASIC like when I was, I don't know, 8, 9, 10. I don't remember. And then went to Pascal, C, C++, and so on. Joe Rogan's fan. Joe Rogan is okay. He's okay. I wouldn't agree with his philosophies overall, but at least he's an independent thinker some of the time. Some of the time. Let me see how much code changes this. I'd say a little. Now let me handle the part where the last piece doesn't pop. So what I need to do is this. Yeah, honestly, the biggest thing is the diet. Everything else is it's pretty much secondary. Because if you're eating crap, no matter how much you work out, sleep, and do whatever the hell else, it's not going to do it. A single lick of damage or help. Yeah, but even exercise requires fuel, and your diet is your fuel. So if you're eating crap that's not giving you any energy, you're not going to have any energy to exercise. So then you won't be able to exercise to give yourself that additional boost with your hormones. Yeah, it's unfortunate because when you're young enough, eating carbs doesn't hurt you too bad. But even when you're young, your carbs will slow you down. It always feels pathetic when you eat carbs. You just feel low energy even in your 20s. What you should try, just read up into carnivore, and you can just try for like a week or two, just nothing but meat. It's like I, for example, eat about 2 to 3 pounds of just beef every day. Just whatever. You can also do eggs, any kind of meat stuff. Yeah, meat, beef, butter, bacon, eggs. That's all I need. All the carb stuff just makes you fat. You know, like when you get prime cut of beef, it has all that fat inside the muscle, right? So to do that to the cows, they feed them grains and just like all that sugar and plant stuff. And that's the same thing happens with humans. When you eat a lot of carbs, you actually get muscle, you actually get intermuscular fat built up. So your muscles look slightly bigger, but because you have fat internally, and that kind of fat is more dangerous than the fat outside. So if you can't do it now, at least try to limit it and focus more on meat. And as you become more independent, then you can go your own way. But yeah, if you want more energy, both physically and mentally, that's the meat. Nothing else beats it. Like prior to being carnivore, I was like on paleo keto for a decade, and the level of energy just completely different. But for me right now, locally it's 8 p.m. I only slept like maybe 3-4 hours last night, and I still was able to work pretty much all day. It's a new unknown secret, just carnivore. Just eat that meat. Which is actually what I'm hungry for. I need to eat like 1 pound of steak right now, which is like 1,200 calories or so. Oh, it's gonna be so good. No coffee, because coffee comes from plants. And plants mess up your hormones in a number of different ways. Plants can also, well, let me just link it to all the doctors I personally listen to. Let me find something. Select this guy this is plant-free MD. So one thing is nice, which is that plants are trying to, bro, I definitely need steak, I can't type. There you go. Plants are trying to kill you. And this is an actual doctors, and there's other doctors who are carnivores, so you can go through all the different things that plants are evil at. Let me see. Some slides. Yeah. Have fun with that. Yeah, that's the thing, that plants want to be alive to some degree, so they will try to kill off anything that tries to eat in some ways. And according to these doctors, the reason we have all these nasty diseases like cancer, heart attacks, and all stuff, it's from plants, not from meat. It renders plants safe enough, but not safe in across the decades. Because you could say we're safe, but meanwhile, like in the last every decade, we like everyone becoming sicker and sicker. Like people didn't used to have heart attacks in the 30s, or get diabetes in the 30s. Yeah, it's nasty. We can give it a try. I've seen a huge difference. You know what? I basically need to copy this whole logic that I'm doing here. Literally, pretty much the whole thing. Yeah, in worst case, you can always go back to whatever you're eating. At least try to reduce carbs to some degree. The last few portions you give up, you get the best benefit. Speaking of which, I am getting a bit hungry. But, fine, let's do one thing. Let's get this spawn and deletion working. So when you're deleting, and you're on removing it. Ooh, vegan. Bro, that only works when you're really young, because you're just destroying yourself from the inside. That stuff's nasty. Just straight up nasty. Like, there's some doctors who say that your brain actually shrinks by like something like 5% when you go vegan over time. I guess after a couple years or something. Okay, so in this case, I don't care about the life portion anymore. We're just gonna go through. Yeah, bro, like when you start eating just a lot of beef, like your body just literally reacts emotionally to it. It's like finally we're getting what we've been missing for decades. Like I've been eating like 3,000 to 4,000 calories a day in the last half a year, and I barely gain any weight, barely. So that calories in, calories out is a bunch of nonsense. A bunch of pure evil stuff. Pop off any remaining pieces. Right. Just click now. Okay. Actually might be enough to do that. Let's compile and see. Let's see. So now I'm just doing exactly the same logic, just pop off anything that was still around when the wall got removed. Alright, let's wait. Boink. There you go. It's that easy. Once you get used to your own tech and everything you control, things are so nice. Yeah, it still has the wrong material on it, which I need to fix. I can copy that off of the main one. But yes, good progress. Good progress. Now it's steak time. I need a pound of steak. Just pound it. Okay, what did I actually implement here? I implemented everything, right? Both parts. Okay. Spawning both pieces on damage. Excellent. Wonderful! Now that is definitely gonna be a difference maker from other action RPGs. Alright, ex-vegans. Cooking steak is gonna be a little bit of time, so might as well end the stream now. It's late enough. I don't want to have this bright light keep me up for too long. Peace out, people. Peace out. I'll be on back tomorrow.